the September 10th, sorry, meeting of the Architectural Review Committee. Erica, can you do a roll call?
Sure. Chair Tregenza?
Here.
Vice Chair Polly?
Here.
Committee Member Hunter?
Present.
Committee Member Ostavar?
Here.
And Committee Member Turgeon?
Present.
Committee Member Carter and Committee Member Schmidt have let us know that they will be absent, and I can go ahead and announce the staff members present. We have Planning Manager Levi Hill, Senior Associate Planner Trish Schmidt, Associate Planner Sabdo, Associate Planner Matthew Buggart, and myself, Recording Secretary Barrera.
Thank you. So I'd like to open the consent agenda. It was pointed out that the minutes were not forwarded to the committee. So we'll just do the minutes from last meeting at the next meeting. On the consent agenda today, consider 487 Pierce Street Architectural Review Permit ARP 23-0165 for a wall mural and street art. Applicant Ellen Martin, Old Monterey Foundation. And then the third on the consent agenda is consider 1414 Hawthorne Street Architectural Review Permit ARP 23-0091 for preliminary and final architectural review of exterior alterations. Wait a minute, this isn't consent, right? These are actual. It says other, are these consent items? The first three?
These are consent items due to the heavy agenda. We placed a couple projects on the consent agenda.
Okay, I didn't realize that when we first looked at this. Okay, so the first thing is the mural. I hope you guys had a chance to look at your packet, which I just got. Thank you for that. And
I'll just note, I do have PowerPoints for all the consent items. If you want a really brief presentation, I can certainly do that. But otherwise, the staff found these projects to be pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, as chair, would like to get a brief overview. I mean, I did look at the packet quickly. I looked at the renderings. This seems pretty straightforward. But if we could get items 2, 3, and 4, just have a quick brief for the committee and then vote on it as a consent.
I think it'd be simpler if the committee wishes to hear those items in full, to just pull those 3 items from the consent
Let's just pull
agenda.
them out of consent then. So that means there's nothing on the consent agenda because there's no minutes.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, so we're going to move on to.
Chair Tregenza?
Sure you want to do that? Don't we have a really full agenda today?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why we're here, because we've got to look at this stuff. So
Minor items.
I'd like to also remind the public how to join the meeting via Zoom if you don't mind.
Yes, please do.
Members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey and Comcast channel 25. If you would like to provide public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate delays. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. Today's webinar ID is 161-914-9563. If prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. Detailed instructions for using Zoom are available at themonterey.org/public meetings. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. Please turn off TV or computer speakers or go to another room while connected, as background noise interferes with the broadcast. Public speakers will be called upon in order of hands raised. There is a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting. Please stay within that limit. Thank you.
thank you, Erica. Hold on a second. Okay, here it is. I needed to do a code to open this packet. So, Chris, if you'd like to begin with item number 2.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Schmidt. I'm a senior associate planner for the city of Monterey, and I've been working with the applicant on this project. We're starting with the mural project. And I'll just give a very brief overview of the project. And so so the staff recommendation is to approve the project. Here we see this project site. So there's 2 components to this project. There's a street art and a wall mural. And so the street art is in a location that has, it's a city right of way that has been since closed. The Middlebury Institute basically paid for an encroachment permit that's would be held in perpetuity unless the city decided to take it back. And it would be kind of their little plaza area. So starting with the mural, here's the artist's rendering of the mural, and it has various imagery from the Monterey Bay. You see the bay in the kind of background there, ag fields, and then you see all sorts of wildlife from the Monterey Bay area, as well as MIS students and faculty, and then 2 of the prominent MIS buildings there, and then also on the perimeter there. And there was I think a writing, a text error in this image, but all of these, all of the text here is the word peace in various languages spoken by students at MIS. And the next slide shows how actually all of those images would actually read. So this is the location of the mural. There's this is on the side wall of I believe it's the McCone building. Right now there's a parking area here, but the long-term goal is to create more of an area that the students can basically hang out outside and study or socialize, etc. So and then looking at the street art, so here's the location. So this is just down the street from City Hall. If you cross Jefferson Street, this is the view that you would see. And they're proposing this street art imagery to be painted all the way to the edge of their cul-de-sac there. And it's just various geometric kind of triangular shapes and in MIS colors, green, blue, purple, various colors. And then they would have they have existing picnic tables out there now that would line the center there. So the city doesn't really have findings that apply specifically to art. But the staff was able to make these findings, and it's detailed in the staff report. But essentially, so the first finding, some of those form, mass, and architectural style don't necessarily apply. The siting is appropriate for both of these. They're part of the long-term goal of them is to create this plaza area and include street art as well as murals at the site. There are no view, privacy, or living environment impairments. The project is consistent with city plans. The city does encourage art in the city. And then lastly, the proposed finishes and colors are appropriate for the site.
Thank you, Chris. Any committee questions for Chris? Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Does anyone in the audience or online like to speak about this item?
There are 5 attendees online. I don't see any hands raised.
Do I hear a motion to approve or?
I'll move to approve the architecture review permit ARP -23-0165 for wall mural and street art.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to item number 3. Consider 1450 Hawthorne Street. Chris, is that you?
It is. So 414 Hawthorne Street. This is a second-story addition and a rear garage addition. The staff put this on the consent agenda because the story poles for the site have been up for nearly 2 months, and it's a pretty benign addition. So I'll just quickly go see, the deck location doesn't change at all. Garage would be built underneath the existing deck. I mean, the deck would be removed and a new deck constructed on top. And then it would extend out towards the rear yard. Here's the other side. So I will just refer to the staff report for the findings, but staff did not have any issues with this project. It met the setbacks. There were no privacy issues. The materials would match. They're going to repaint the house. So staff supported this project.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions from the committee for Chris? Is the applicant present, would like to make a statement? Anybody in the audience or online like to speak to this? Item number 3.
There are no hands raised online.
Open it up for a motion.
Patrick, could you just make sure your microphone is closer to you at least?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it would have been on. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve architectural review permit ARP 230091.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's move on to item number 4. Consider 1000 Aguajito Road, sign permit application SI 23-0099. This is you as well, Chris?
It is. No question.
Thanks, Terry.
Let me share my screen. Okay, the third consent item is replacement signage at 1000 Aguajito, which is a Hilton Garden Inn. So the staff's recommendation is approval with condition of approval. Approve the sign permit with condition of approval. So this site is kind of tucked in between the highway and MPC. You know, one of the reasons this was on consent is it's not a whole lot of visibility of that site, and the signs are almost being replaced in the exact same place, with one exception that I'll go through. But so there are 3 replacement signs proposed. There are 2 freestanding signs. One is 20 square feet, one's 47.49 square feet, and the third sign is a wall sign that's proposed at 53.78 square feet. And staff has recommended a condition to limit that to 50 square feet, which the sign company has and applicant have agreed to do and did submit a revision this week. So here are the signs. So this is Aguajito Road here, and the site is actually right off of Glenwood Circle. So if you were to go to the Glenwood condominium complex, that's to the south there. So here's the first sign. Like I said, almost exact size and location, exact location. The second sign, again, same size and location. I will note, you know, one of the issues with this was the sign sits on a 10-foot tall monument, and you know the total sign height would be 15 feet. So that's one of the reasons that it had to come back to the ARC. And then this is the last sign, which the applicant did revise, and it is now proposed at 47.25 feet. So staff was able to make the findings. Basically that the project is not consistent with the sign guidelines, but does achieve the purposes of and objectives of the sign guidelines. So staff recommended approval. Available for comment.
Any questions for Chris? Applicant's not here.
They did actually let me know today they couldn't attend because of an emergency.
Okay. Would anybody in the gallery or online care to speak to this?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve sign permit application SI 230099.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So is that the end of the consent agenda, or is these got moved?
They all were removed from the consent
Okay.
agenda, but that is the end. essentially.
So then, and you have already opened it up for non-consent or non-agendized comments from the public?
Yes.
Okay, so we're good. So we're moving on to item number 5, consider 1300 Moonris Avenue, ARP 22-0245. Do you have to recuse? Okay.
Yeah, I've got to recuse myself. Does that jeopardize the quorum?
No, we will still have a quorum.
I can text you when we're done.
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you. Um. Okay, we've got Matthew Bugger to make a presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Buggert, and I'm an associate planner with the City of Monterey's Planning Division. Today, we're here to talk about 1300 Monroe Avenue, architectural review application for a fence. The recommendation from staff is that ARC adopt the resolution to approve architectural review permit application with conditions of approval. The site is located in the southern side of the city along Monroe Avenue. The zoning is VAF, which is Visitor Accommodation Facility. So it's one of our hotels. A little bit of background on this project. This is the city's code compliance coordinator responded to a complaint about a fence that was installed. The fence is considered a non-structural addition. It's a chain link fence that was put in. Non-structural additions are subject to review and approval by architectural review, which is why we're here before you. And this is a retroactive architectural review permit. On July 18th, this project went before the ARC, and ARC requests at that meeting, the chain link fence was found to be not acceptable, and the conditions that were placed on the project were for it to come back to staff with an alternative design. And the request from architectural review was that whatever alternative design was provided come back to architectural review for review. And no decision was made at that time, so it was continued. And the applicant has submitted a revised design for the project site, which is included in this presentation and which within the resolution and exhibit. As it stands today, this is the existing setting. There's a chain link fence with green covering on it. It's next to a outdoor picnic area, socializing area for the guests. And the proposed project is on the southernmost side of the site, specifically along Via Buena Vista. And yeah, this is the location of the site. The proposed project is to replace the chain link fence with a wooden fence that generally matches the color of the building itself. There are similar wooden fences at other properties along the motels along the street and also on the property itself. And it would be in roughly the same location. The current fence is about 4 feet high, and the proposed fence would be approximately 4 feet high and step up the way. From the on-site parking lot, again, a wooden fence would be installed on it. And they have landscaping on the inside of the property. The retaining wall that it's on is on the property line, so any adjustments that are made to it, they have accessibility and control over what happens on their side of the retaining wall, and it's city right of way on the opposite side of the retaining wall. Findings required for approval. The siding form mass. So previously when this came through, the siding form and mass were all found to be appropriate for the site. It was the style that was found to be incompatible. And so the style has been updated to the wooden fence since then. The fence would not unreasonably impair views, privacy, or the environment. There was a fence before, there would be a fence in the same location. The fence was found to be consistent with guiding documents, the general plan, etc. We're coming through the architectural review committee today for approval of the aesthetic update. And last time, the materials in particular were found to not be appropriate for the site. And the material has been updated to wood. As mentioned on previous slides, there are other visitor accommodation facilities within 1,000 feet that also include wooden fencing. There's also wooden fencing on the property, and the update to wooden fencing generally fits in with the area landscape. A special condition on this project, as it is a code compliance case, is that within 60 days of September 6th, today, the applicant shall install that approved wooden fence to ensure that there's a time limit on when it gets put in there. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the ARC adopt the resolution to approve the architectural review permit application with the condition of approval.
Thank you, Matthew.
I believe that the applicant is online.
Okay.
Yes.
Any committee questions for Matthew?
Absolutely.
It's the one with the umbrellas.
That is the wrong presentation. We are having a good time today. All right. We'll just start it again. There we go.
That one.
Yes.
I see this 4 feet high, and in the front of the image, it looks 4 feet, but as it goes back, it looks like it kind of tapers off. So I'm just wondering if that's accurate. I know it's obviously not to scale, but
Yes. I think a good reflection of the on this image, you can see that the retaining wall steps up flat,
yeah,
and they would be replacing this 4-foot height itself with wood. So even though the example images even show diagonal uphill,
right.
kind of, there isn't actually a diagonal up,
Okay.
and those wooden slats would be flat along the bottom and would not be cutting off like they do here.
Right. So it would be a similar scale to the fences there now and height.
Yes,
at the
there,
fence. Okay.
there would be no alteration to the concrete retaining wall itself. That would remain flat. And so,
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Matthew, do you know what kind of wood? Is it redwood or just wood?
that may be a question for the applicant.
Yeah, so if the applicant is here, would they like to make a presentation? Oh, it's online, right? Sorry.
I believe the applicant has their hands raised.
Great.
Juan Carlos Marquez.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm the contractor building the fence, and the material to be used it's redwood. And now one last request that I had from my customer, it's if we could stain the fence to be in the greenish side. He's not so happy about the contrast that we have from the turf and also from the shrubs right next to the fence. So he is wondering if we could stain the fence in a greenish color.
I don't know how I feel about that person. I mean, well, this is a subjective question, so that's okay, well, is that all you had to state about the project?
Yeah, just
Okay.
confirming the materials and request that last question that I just received from my client. Everything else, it's good.
I have just a quick question for you. Would you be staining both sides of the fence or just the inside?
I believe he'll be okay with staining only the side that his side. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
all right.
What is the other on the property? Is it redwood? Is it stained?
So the other,
Go for it.
yeah, I will assume that the other side will stay. If we don't stain it, then it'll stay as redwood. And over time, it gets aged, so it gets kind of brownish, darkish.
I think the question was what is the other fencing on the property? Is it stained or not? Do we,
Oh, um, I would not know the answer. I don't think they have a fence in the front of the place, and in the back, I didn't look, so I do not have the answer for that.
okay, thank you.
I am looking at photos that I've taken on the site before, and they have fencing on the northern side of the property near the back. You can't really see it too well from the front, but it is a lighter beige color, if my memory serves. If the applicant is able to either confirm that, or I can find this photo sooner than later.
Okay.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Or not really? Okay. He's still looking for photos. All right.
Just want to remind to open it up for public comment
Yeah, yeah.
before deliberation.
Um, I didn't catch his name, but thank you for your presentation. Like the contractor.
Yeah,
So Joe, thanks, Joe. We're going to move on and open it up for public comment, either in person or online.
I can go ahead and remind the public how to join.
That'd be great.
To join the meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. Today's webinar ID is 161-914-9563. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name that they've typed into Zoom. I see no more hands raised.
Thank you, Erica. So I'd like to open up to the committee for comments on this this newest edition of this fence.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why we would need 3 different finishes. So, we have one side now, it doesn't sound like it's very visible from the street, but then we have the redwood on the street side, and now we have green on the property side.
Inside.
I don't know.
You were leading to that. I would think it's a fairly easy. The size, materials, fine, but it
Yeah.
should match the rest of the materials on site.
That's my thought as well.
Yeah, I'm improvement in my eyes over the chain link with the green mesh. And then when I heard about the green stain, that just kind of was a red flag, because that can really change the feel of this. It could be green is, there's thousands of different greens, so it could be fluorescent green. It could be, I doubt it would be, but, and then if you just stain the inside and not the outside, you're probably going to get maybe some drips and some bleed through, and that isn't very clean. So I'm kind of personally against the idea of staining this fence. I think it would be nice just to let the redwood weather in a natural way and darken it. It gets kind of gray and dark brown over time. So that would be my recommendation.
Agreed.
Did you find?
Right.
It's fairly common to stain also, and it can still look kind of like it is. So it's.
If they said they wanted to seal it, that would be one thing, and then it stays
Yeah.
red. Oh, that's just painted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't match.
And that's the only other
Yeah.
wood fence. And otherwise, it's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if they want green, they showed plants there. They can plant whatever.
Yeah.
To make it look more green. That's their prerogative there. But generally, I think seem to be in consensus. It should.
Yeah.
More or less be that color.
Keep it natural.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
The size material seems acceptable.
I think it just weathers much more naturally.
So, any other comments? Any other questions for Matthew? And no other public comments? Okay, so then I'd like to entertain a motion
So are we
to,
as is?
yeah, as
So
is with
the
no, yeah.
Green was an
with-
after.
Yeah, the
Okay.
green was just
Super.
was an ask. It's not part of
Yeah.
the staff recommendations, so. As
So
is.
I'd like to make a motion to approve architectural review permit ARP 220245 as is.
I'll second that. Any other comments? Any comments? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And then we have that 60-day from today, right? Okay, great. Let me text Justin that we're finished. Okay, so Chris Schmidt, item number 6, consider 902 Lighthouse Avenue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Chris Schmidt. I'm Senior Associate Planner with the city. And I've been working with the applicants on this project, and this is a project that the committee did review in March of this year, March 15th, and so I'll go through what some of those comments were, but what we're looking at is exterior changes, a height increase, and new signage at the Carl's Jr. at 902 Lighthouse. The staff recommendation is to approve the project with conditions of approval. So just to revisit the location, the site's located in the New Monterey, kind of near Cannery Row, Wave Street area. It shares a parking lot with the Andronico's grocery store, and it's at the corner of Lighthouse and David Avenue. So on March 15th, ARC tabled the proposal, and that was due to some of the comments, including recommending changes to the height of the parapet. There was I'll show an image of the prior parapet, but there was a kind of a varying parapet where a new sign would be located at a taller 2-foot parapet, and then the rest of the parapet would be 1.5 feet tall. And then also some recommendations in terms of style, colors, and materials. And then, if you recall, there was a proposal for a digital menu sign, which does not comply with the Lighthouse specific plan. So the comment there was to address that inconsistency. So the project really hasn't changed, with the exception of they've removed the digital sign. Their path was to apply for a code amendment, or rather a text amendment of the Lighthouse specific plan. They did not opt to do that. They just made some design changes. And so I'll show you what that existing sign looks like, just for reference and in terms of its size as well. So we see I've highlighted the locations of the 3 signs. Two would be new proposed signs. The one on the lower side of the site plan here, this would be a simple replacement in kind, just a very minor change in the design. The sign on the right-hand side is a new roof sign that would be attached to the new parapet, and then the left sign is that menu sign that would remain. They're also including some new paths within the existing grass landscaping there for access purposes. So this is the existing condition, or at least the Google Maps 2021 existing condition, but it looks very much like this today. And here are the new changes. So on the right-hand side, I copied that old image of the prior design where they had this taller parapet to basically have the sign attached to, and then the horizontal corrugated parapet with the kind of dark cap there. And so they took the committee's recommendation and they lowered that sign parapet to match the overall parapet. They've changed, and I believe the sign size is the same, so they squeezed it in there. And then they changed the material from that corrugated metal parapet to it's a aluminum composite material in kind of what the company calls a colonial red. It's kind of a texture, almost like a red wood color. And I think that was a big topic amongst the ARC in terms of whether that design was appropriate. Overall, the rest of the color scheme didn't really change much. They are, if you can tell, they are painting parts of the wall here. On the left-hand side, you can see there's a difference there's now a red wall on the far left-hand side, where it was proposed gray before. The brick would remain unpainted. They would remove the existing roofing and replace it with the standing seam style there as well. And I'll just quickly go. So kind of minimal changes to the exterior besides the new roofing materials, new paint. Kind of the same for all the elevations. I think this is you can see that parapet is a little bit more uniform. And I'll also note, because it's kind of difficult to see, the parapet that you see on this existing roof, I'm not sure if that's the correct term. I guess it is a parapet. But the new parapet actually bumps out, and it's kind of a subtle difference. The new parapet bumps out, and that's where you kind of get some of that height increase. The parapet itself is 4 feet tall with a 1.5 foot tall increase from existing. So they're going from kind of, if you can see my mouse here, they're going from here up to about right here. So it is a little bit of new massing, and I have some photos that show that. So here are all new elevations. And what I realized today, and I do have an added condition, is that I did not consider all of the window signage that they have here. So the staff's recommendation here is to have the applicant remove anything that is not exempt. So up to 4 feet or 10% of the window size, whichever is greater, is allowed. Some of these look like they're closer to 6 feet or more. And I think that the staff, even if this came back to the ARC, is not going to support approval of this signage in the windows here. So, they can keep whatever complies or is exempt from the sign ordinance and remove everything else. So here's the signage. So this sign did not change. It is the same size, with the exception of they are doing a halo lit design. So in the prior application, they did include gooseneck lighting. The staff doesn't really have any issue with the proposal here. I think it's an improvement. This is the new monument sign at the corner. One of the reasons that this sign requires ARC approval is because typically the city's sign guidelines do not recommend signs be located on visible poles. The monument sign requirements or freestanding sign requirements recommend a solid base. In this case, the staff was supportive of what we have here, this kind of pier look. I think that it matches the style of the sign itself, the wood style, but the ARC can require a solid base if they deem so. And as I mentioned, the applicant did remove that digital sign. This is the sign that's existing. It's 36.5 square feet. All of the signage does comply with the total maximum allowed at the site. I think even the window signage would comply. There's a total maximum allowed is based on the linear distance of all of the sides of the building, and they're well under that. So in order to approve the design changes, not the signage, but the update to the exterior materials, the ARC has to make these 4 findings. The first being the proposed siding form, mass, and architectural style are appropriate. The siding is generally unchanged. The new paths provide additional access. The form and mass are increasing, but they're limited to 1.5 foot increases. The new materials, colors, style, and style are compatible with the building and the district. The second finding is that views, privacy, and the living environment are not unreasonably impaired. Staff made this finding. The height increase is pretty limited. The story posts have been basically up since the meeting in March. We've not received any complaints. There are trees in the way, and most properties that enjoy views are much further up the hill. The third finding is that the project is consistent with city plans and design guidelines. Staff was able to make that finding. It is consistent with the general plan, as these are improvements to support commercial use and consistent with the lighthouse specific plan. And the last finding is that exterior finish, colors, materials, and all other exterior features are appropriate. Staff made this finding. So with that, sign permit, of course. Staff was able to make findings for the sign permit. The new signage does achieve the purposes and objectives of the sign ordinance. They are an effective means of identification and communication. They promote equality and equity among sign overs. They're not overly large. They don't exceed the 50-foot limit. That's usually the maximum recommended size. So staff made that finding. They do better achieve the purposes and objectives than strict application of the guidelines, as conditioned with the removal of those window signs that were not permitted. And then the signs are compatible and achieve the purposes and objectives. And then lastly, they're consistent with the general plan and the specific plan. So with that, staff recommends approval. I'm available for questions. The property manager is here as well. I'm not sure if the applicants are online. They were aware of the meeting.
So I have a question. They've lowered the height of, you were calling it a parapet, from the original, what they brought a couple months ago. So it is a 1.5 feet shorter than it was. So
Good question. So I'll show that front elevation again. So it's only a 1/2 foot shorter. So if you can see this image on the right hand side here, they just cut it down to basically be uniform. So it is still a 1.5 foot increase from existing. The massing of this parapet structure itself, I believe, is 4 feet. So you can take that into consideration.
And is that to hide any HVAC, or is that just basically just ornamental?
I think it's just aesthetic. I would refer to the applicant to confirm.
That's just,
And it's black.
yeah, there's got to be fans for the grills and things like that back there.
But we can ask.
They would have that now, though.
What's that?
They would have it now.
Yeah, and they have a little bit of
They
a,
do have a parapet up there. I think that like upper 18 inches is a parapet. I could be wrong.
Any other questions for Chris?
I'm wondering if you have a good image of the story poles. Like I saw one that was kind of at a weird angle, so it was just hard to see the real scale.
Yeah, I don't have
Okay.
it was
Yeah.
kind of, I tried to take some images while driving through the intersection and it was kind of unsafe. So sorry, I don't.
Well, that's okay. Seeing them again helps. Thank you.
A good image to look at here is this
Right.
here. And I would say kind of where my mouse is, that's
Yeah.
how high up it goes.
Okay.
close to the red bottom of the light area.
Chris, you mentioned some signs that were in the application. Were you just talking about the posters and the windows?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, the city does regulate window signs. I was reviewing the PowerPoint again, and I don't think I even brought it up in March. Like I said, up to 4 feet is exempt. Some of those look like 2 by 3 or even larger. So
4 square feet.
4 square feet.
4 square feet, excuse me. Yeah.
And the existing sign, it's going on that same base. That's why
I'm sorry.
the ground sign, it's going on that existing base. That's
Correct,
why it's-
yeah.
Yeah. Just-
And then the menu sign is just gonna stay that backlit fluorescent thing that's there.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Were- One other quick question, were there any studies just looking at adjacent properties of materials and things like that? And some previous applicants for homes and things say this is, we see this in this many homes around us. Nothing like that was done in this case. We just have to go by memory. And
I'm sorry.
for the materials,
I did
just
kind of drive around the district. The design is kind of similar to the Starbucks over there. It uses a lot of like real wood elements, and I think their intent was to kind of have this, aluminum composite material that has kind of a wood-like texture. And admittedly, I went to the website for the materials, and it seemed to be good quality material. The standing seam is used at that same location. It's not a super common type
at
of
which
material.
same location, sorry.
The Starbucks.
I see, yeah. Yeah, so you've seen the standing seam, at least at the Starbucks, but generally, my memory is stucco and wood
For the most part, yeah.
that's around, yeah.
Okay, would the applicant or the property manager who like to make a presentation, or somebody online? Not sure.
Steve Rosenblum is online with his hands raised.
Okay. Steve, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead and make your presentation.
Wonderful. Well, my name is Steve Rosenblum. I'm with National Sign and Marketing. I represent Carl's Jr., the franchisee, and like to thank you all for having us back again. We've taken a lot of thought and considerations to the comments from the last meeting. We think that the proposal before you really addresses everything and even a little more. I think we'll start with the building, if I could. Some of the comments we heard during the last submittal were the concerns about the height of the new parapet, the corrugated material that we were using, and that it had more of an industrial look. We softened the parapet design as requested by the committee and reduced the height, again, as requested by the committee, to a uniform height around the building. We replaced the corrugated material with a wood grain finish ACM. We selected the wood grain finish because it's similar in appearance to a redwood. We think that really fits the site and the surrounding area. One of the reasons why we selected ACM rather than wood, than actual wood, ACM is kind of one of the materials that really weathers well. Believe it or not, the material actually comes with a 30-year, the wood grain is a 20-year finish. And we think it's really important to have a product there that can endure time. With the close proximity to the water, we think this is just the ideal material for this site. Knowing that the committee really liked the thought of wood materials was what I took out of the last meeting. I know that was mentioned several times. Moments ago during the comments, We talked about, it was mentioned, the reason for the parapet and why that's there. Our goal is this building is rather dated. It was mentioned in the last meeting that it definitely is in need of remodel. And the goal is to create a nice visual impact to an existing building. By adding this, it modernizes it slightly while still keeping a nice traditional look to the building, keeping the bones of the building, working with the mansard style roof. And so the goal was to really just modernize without turning it into a modern building. We really felt that it was important to keep the character of the building that's there and just work within that. So going beyond a little bit of the building design itself, want to talk a little bit about the signage. During the last meeting, it was mentioned there was concerns with the lighting of the sign. We had originally planned external gooseneck lights. During the meeting, it was mentioned that a halo illuminated sign is definitely allowed and might be a better alternative. And so we heeded that direction, and we've submitted before you a halo illuminated sign. So wanted to address that, and again, learn from our last, learn from the committee's suggestions on the last meeting. Lastly, regarding the digital menu board, I think everyone at this committee was also in the last meeting, but the screen's pretty small, so I can't quite tell the faces, but I think most everyone was there. There was a lot of discussion about that digital menu board. We know that it's still something that probably is going to need to be addressed for you guys long term, and probably for the franchisee as well. But for now, we decided the best thing was just to remove it from the submittal so we could move forward. And until it can be figured out how to work through that. I know everybody in the last meeting really was helpful in coming up with ideas, but it sounded like it just wouldn't work for now. So we've eliminated that. Beyond that, we are happy to answer any questions. We hope that you feel the same way we do, that we answered all of the concerns you had and provided you with a submittal that you can approve today.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Comment or no, not comment, just questions? All right, well, thank you. We're gonna open it to public comment, either in person or online.
Once again, to join the meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. Today's webinar ID is 161-914-9563. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Erica. So let's open it up for committee comments.
I'll just make a comment that from what we saw before, when it was before us, I like the fact that the parapet had been made basically on one level. I think it cleans the design, makes it a little tighter. And with the change of the materials, if that's a colonial red, I think that will look good on top of that there. So I'm feeling good about the changes proposed.
I agree, Ed. I think this is, a step in the right direction for sure, and less industrial looking and a little more hometowny feely. So, and I like the lowered height because they were kind of getting away with a lot of signage area just because of the height of the parapet, which just was the background for the sign. So yeah, I'm good with these changes as well, and I like the halo lit sign too.
Yeah, I agree with everyone. The single height parapet, and the thing that bothered me most about the last one was the corrugated metal on the parapet. And I didn't think that was going to age well. And I think this is going to look fine.
Any other comments?
I mean, I generally agree, especially with the parapet idea. I just was looking around Street View just to jog my memory, even though I walk that a lot, and I don't see any there's not a single building that's metal. I mean, even the Starbucks, I mean, these are all something that feels more Monterey, which is, I don't know, generally wood, stucco, brick, even though they're painted. So that's why I guess I'm letting that sink in if that, especially this is already very prominent, visible, right, terminating the end of Lighthouse there. We could argue, I guess maybe it's set apart, therefore it could be different. But it also feels like you kind of want to wrap that whole experience of Lighthouse in something that's a little bit similar, even in color. Like maybe it would just be a little more muted tones. We don't see bright reds. We see other colors, see greens and other things like that. And I generally like to allow for some of that flexibility, but that's giving me some pause. I do like the sign on the wood and that it's on the existing material, that the red background behind it is removed. That's also seems quite positive. We had talked about maybe a recommendation of maybe a more monochromatic sign, even like we see on, say, the McDonald's in town, something like that. And or the sign being a little smaller on the top, just something that makes it feel a little less like a strip mall feature for this area. But otherwise, generally I agree. I'm curious if my thoughts spark any of the other committee members' opinions in that regard.
Absolutely. I agree. I mean, it's not the ideal building that I would like to see in that location, but I think they've come back with a compromise. It does use brick. It does use what looks like a wood siding on the part of the parapet. It's good. In my opinion, it's going to be an improvement on what's there, because what's there is really dated and kind of shabby looking. But this is a corporation and they're kind of already going outside of their cookie cutter approach to how their buildings are built, and giving us some special consideration for this project because of what this committee put forward. So it's a compromise, and I think it's I mean I could I really would, if I had to go back a third time and say, well, let's tone down the red and let's tone down this and let's get rid of the standing seam roof and put up something different. It's like we could keep throwing suggestions at it. Yeah, I mean, but that's pretty industrial too,
But that's already there. I mean, like
it's already at
it is-
Starbucks.
It is at Starbucks. There are
Yeah.
some others. So I just again bring it up. I don't like to feel browbeaten.
No,
Just as it shouldn't feel like a compromise that we're making typically. But I agree. I mean, I have the same feelings. Like I would hate to see this come back or something.
yeah. And one thing, I mean, this is a little off subject, that I'd like to address as a committee is the signage problem, because these corporations are going to just do away with those types of signs and it's all going to be computer screens. So we need to figure out with this Lighthouse specific plan, why those TV screens aren't allowed, because they're much less intrusive than a fluorescent sign. So that's something we should be looking at as a committee as well.
Thing we'll have to address.
Any other comments? All right, I'd like to entertain a motion for item number 6, 902 Lighthouse Avenue.
I'd like to make a motion to approve architectural review application ARP 22-0171. Do we do both in one or are they
Yeah,
separate?
and the sign
Okay.
as well.
And the sign permit application SI 22-0188.
I'll second. Any other comments before we vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No,
Okay, we have one opposed. And the motion still carries. This motion can be appealed to the planning commission within 10 days. Okay. Let's move on to Item number 7, consider, oh, are we,
That's correct. Yes, due to the heavy agenda, we set for the afternoon and the evening session. So
we have
items,
to break?
that's correct, because it was agendized for the evening session.
So we have to come back at 7?
That's correct.
So if we would have done those as consent, we would have been out of here an hour ago.
Yeah, it's hard for staff to anticipate the timing
All
when
right. well,
agendas that
see you all
heavy.
in, we'll adjourn for now. We'll see you back
Yeah,
there.
we'll recess for now and then reconvene at 7 o'clock.
Okay, great. to the September 6th evening session of the Architectural Review Committee. We have item 7, item 8 is going to be tabled or continued. Is that correct, Levi? Microphone on. So item 8 is being tabled, or it's being reconsidered, or it's going away.
It's being continued to a date uncertain.
So what we're gonna do is skip to item 9, 580 Fillmore Street. And so I'm not sure if that's you, Matthew, or it's Christie. Okay, great. Well, thanks, Christie.
And before we move on, can we just, so the staff recommendation and it was the applicant request to continue item 8,
Great.
but can we go ahead and get a motion and an action
Sure.
on that?
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to continue 230 North Fremont Street sign permit application SI-23-0128. Do I hear a second?
Second it.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that is continued, and we're going to move on to item number 9, 580 Fillmore Street. Hi, Christie. We're going to go back to 7.
Oh, missed that. Okay.
Let me start that again. My name is Christy Sabdo, Associate Planner with the City of Monterey. I'll be presenting 580 Fillmore on consideration of a first and second story addition, roof alteration, expanded balcony, and exterior alterations to a single family residence. Just wanted to share the rendering of the proposed changes to the residence compared to what is there now, and showing the story poles. So the project site is in R1-5 district. The designation for the general plan is low density residential, and it's in the New Monterey neighborhood. You'll also notice that it's adjacent to the Presidio of Monterey. So as background, this is kind of a different situation. The front lot line is where I have it labeled here, because it's the only lot line facing the street. So just wanted to give you a reference as I move forward through the elevations. I'll say like the front elevation, side elevation, rear, and that's where they're located. And the rear lot line is along Presidio. So the proposed project is to construct a 171 square foot addition, 85 square feet on the first floor and 85 square feet on the second floor. So that's completely new floor area. There is no second floor that's above an existing first floor. Conversion of 91 square feet of existing crawl space to a first floor area. Partially remove the existing hip roof and add new gable roofing. It'll be a 4-to-1 ratio, the same as the existing. For architectural consistency and vaulted ceilings over the great room. An expanded second level balcony with a new partial flat roof over that balcony. Exterior alterations to reflect the Scandinavian style of the home, including both new and replacement windows and doors, and updates to exterior finishes. So this is showing the existing site plan. The red shows the portion of the roof that's going to be removed. That has existing hip roofs right now. And then this shows the balcony that's going to be demolished, the existing balcony. So just to show you on the proposed site plan, we have proposed gable roofing. At the top part of the screen, that's where there'll be gable roofs there. And then on the lower portion, both areas will have gable roofing. And then there's a new flat roof that's over the proposed, partly over the new expanded balcony. And then you see the expanded balcony. And then the first and second story addition is in pink. And then, yeah, more proposed gable roofing. So the crawl space conversion, you see the existing on the left in gray shows the crawl space, and on the right in purple, you'll see that area. It's not new. It's not like an addition, but it does add floor area because it's converting crawl space to the first floor. And it's going to be an office on the first floor, and on the second floor, it's part of like the great room. And then in pink is the addition. So again, this is the first floor, pointing out the first and second story addition, and then the new expanded balcony highlighted in orange. Here's the second floor plan, and just showing the existing versus the proposed with the addition and the expanded balcony. And the roof plans showing the existing versus with the hip roofs and the proposed with the new gable roofing, and then the flat roof over the balcony. So here are story pole photos. This is the side elevation where the car is kind of on the other side of that fence. That's the Presidio, and otherwise you're looking out onto the bay, and then there are residences down below and up above. So here's the west side elevation, just comparing the existing and proposed. You'll see there are new windows going in on the proposed elevation, and it's going to be refinished, or sorry, the walls will be resurfaced with the Luna wood finish in the color black, and the roofing will be standing seam metal roofing. Here are story pole photos of the south or rear elevation. So here's the south elevation, existing and proposed. There's going to be a new garage door, stucco painted white, new windows. The existing chimney is being removed on the existing here, and then a new balcony. So this is story pole photos, not of one particular elevation, but I couldn't really get down into the weeds to take like a straight shot from the rear, but this is just showing the expanded balcony, and then you could see up above the proposed gable roofing. So here's the side or east elevation. You'll see the gable roofing, the expanded balcony along the entire east elevation. There's a combination of stucco and that Luna wood in black. And also some new doors. So reviewing the findings, the proposed siding form and massing will be appropriate and for the immediate area, the neighborhood, and the site. The siding form and massing will be similar to that of the existing residence. There will be a 170 square foot first and second story addition, which is a small increase in the floor area and would not substantially add to the massing of the home. The addition of the first floor area from crawl space would not add to the massing of the home. The increased roof height will only be 1¼ inch higher than the existing roof. The architectural style is appropriate, and that is of residential character, and the exterior finishes would complement and enhance the immediate area, New Monterey neighborhood, and the city. Finding 2, the proposed project would not unreasonably impair the views, privacy, or living environment currently enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity. The proposed addition and reframing of the roof to add gable roofing would not substantially change the views or privacy of those around them. As I said, the proposed new gable roofs would increase the roof height by 1¼ inch. That would be minor and in scale with the existing environment and site topography, and therefore bay views from the properties above 580 Fillmore on the Hill would not be impacted. And this is kind of showing from up above what it would look like. The expanded balcony would not impact bay views from the single-family residence at 582 Fillmore. The proposed expanded balcony would be 9 feet, 10 inches from the north property line, which is adjacent to a single-family residential lot at 582 Fillmore. And that house sits back 21 feet from the property line. So there's quite a bit of room there. And so privacy impacts are not anticipated. The balcony is also not anticipated to be a privacy impact to properties down below, which is 577 Cypress. And I have to correct, the staff report said 577 McClellan, but it's Cypress. And 1123 McClellan, which sit lower in the hill. And I didn't receive any letters from neighbors. So there don't seem to be any concerns. And this is just showing where 582 Fillmore is and McClellan. And you could kind of see the Cypress house. Finding 3, the project is substantially consistent with the Monterey General Plan, zoning ordinance, and the new Monterey Area Plan. So within the new Monterey Area Plan, there are 3 either policies or programs that apply. So policy 1 encourages the preservation and maintenance of the single-family character of New Monterey. And the project does enhance the single-family residence through a remodel, both exterior and interior alterations. Program 2H states that the windows should be encouraged on the southern exposure to capture sunlight in R1 areas. On the proposed south elevation, 1 existing window is proposed to be removed and 3 new windows are proposed to be installed. Policy 3 states that the construction of additions to existing structures in R1 areas should not fully block views from existing developed lots, should be in scale with the existing built environment, and should save healthy trees and should harmonize with the site topography. So the addition would result in a small increase in floor area, would not substantially add to the massing of the home. The addition of the first floor area from crawl space would not add to the massing of the home. And the gable roofs would increase the height by 1 1/4 inch. The proposed increase in height would be minor and would be in scale with the existing built environment and site topography. And there are no trees that are proposed for removal. And as you'll see in your staff report, I prepared a consistency analysis with the R1 standards, and it is consistent. The 4th finding is that the proposed finish, colors, material, landscaping, lighting, fencing, and all other exterior features are appropriate for the project site. The proposed exterior finishes of the residence would consist of refinishing the existing roof with a batten board style standing seam metal roof, resurfacing the exterior walls of the home with a combination of Luna Wood, Luna Pro coated black finish, and stucco painted white. Both replacement windows and new windows will be sliders and awning windows and some new doors. The finishes are appropriate. They will complement the architectural style and our residential character, and there's no new landscaping or tree removals proposed. Staff recommends that ARC adopt a resolution approving the application for preliminary and final architectural review of the 1st story addition, reframing the 2nd story roof to add, oh, sorry, that was, yikes. They're not adding dormers, that's an error. And exterior alterations to an existing single-family residence at 580 Fillmore. Sorry for the errors in that recommendation.
Thank you, Christy.
Sure.
Any questions for Christy? So I have, it's aluminum composite material type, very similar to the Carl's Jr. stuff we were just,
The Luna Wood.
yeah, it's aluminum with wood grain.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what type of metal, but the applicant's here and they can
Okay.
describe that a little better.
Any other questions for Christy? So would the applicant like to make a presentation? You can, or you may not state your name. That's up to you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Malka Junaid. I'm the project architect. I'm representing our clients here. They've been out of town. Thank you so much for taking time. I think the presentation from staff has been very detailed, so we did not want to take your time in presenting the same thing again. but I am here to answer any questions. We are putting, just to answer your question about the finishes, we were informed by our clients to make the building as much fire rated as we possibly could. So all the finishes we are using are sustainable in that sense. The Luna wood is a sustainable material that we will be using. It does not look plasticky or shiny. Everything is very matte finish on the project.
Any questions for the architect?
It is aluminum though, just curious, the siding.
So I'll be very honest, there are two products they do, and I'm not sure which one we've added on the drawings as the final number, but they have a wood ash finish, which is also fire resistant, and then they have the aluminum. I think the one we have on this project is aluminum.
But it has wood grain.
Yes,
Okay, so it's fake wood. And it's black,
it's black.
matte,
It's like an ash.
matte black.
Yeah.
Like black or dark gray?
It's very dark charcoal, black,
Okay.
gray. And I wish we had the sample in time to bring it to the commission.
But the rendering on the front page is a fairly accurate representation of what you think that wood's gonna look like. 'Cause it looks
Correct.
like a lighter wood on the garage and then a darker wood.
So if
in
you
the
can go
house.
back to the
Sure.
image.
Seeing that correctly?
I've got.
I think it's just because of the sun angle on the rendering.
It's the lighting of
It's,
the
it's,
rendering.
share my
it's the
screen.
same color.
That's a really shadowy image too.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sun direction
Okay.
in our Revit file picks up the actual sun direction from the site.
That's the back. You wanna look at this?
So you can see it's more because of
Yeah.
the sun direction than anything else. It's the same material.
Yeah, that looks more like a.
So I would suggest that the one on the left on the garage is actually the real look, just because the sun is hitting it.
The real look.
Yeah, because the
Okay.
one, the other side is actually under the shade.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's like a dark gray.
it is a dark gray.
Okay.
It's called black, but it's a dark gray.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wish I had more renderings or we could actually see. Anyway, any other questions? For the architect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the applicants aren't here. Are there anybody in the from the public that would like to speak on this, either online or in person?
I'll go ahead and remind the
Thank
public
you.
how to participate. Once again, members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. Today's webinar ID is 161-914-9563. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name they've typed into Zoom. There are 3 attendees online, however, there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Erica. So I'll open up for committee comments.
I guess I'll start.
Get your mic on. Yeah.
I quite like the design. I like it when you preserve a house, but give it a facelift like that. I think the materials are interesting. I'm on the Luna Wood website right now. The product actually looks quite like wood. So yeah, I think it's a nice project. I'd also like to commend the applicant on a really nice set of drawings. A lot of times we get drawings that are hard to read and don't depict all the information. I think the drawings that you submitted to the city do a really good job of showing the calculations and the heights and the materials and things like that. So yeah, it's a really nice submittal, and I quite like the design.
Pretty dark. Yeah. Where's the point? I was a little, concerned about the blackness of it, just because it's a residential neighborhood and there's not gonna be any other black houses, I don't think, up there. But if it's dark gray and it's mixed with that and the stucco, I also think it's, it's a really nicely designed upgrade for sure. And yeah, I just, I just didn't want it to look too industrial and harsh, but I think yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Any other comments?
If I could interject, the applicant did confirm that it is wood, the
I-
Luna
Oh,
wood
okay.
finish.
I just
No.
checked our number and I just wanted to confirm
Okay.
it is the wood product that we're using on this.
What's the name of the product? Do you know?
It is still the same, Luna. I just looked at the
Okay,
serial number.
It's just the wood.
Yes,
So it's like a
so it will
composite
look wood.
like
Yeah, that's
wood
why I
and
wanted
glue
to.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Char it.
Yeah, it is charred.
Shogi bond.
Yeah, it's Shogi bond. It's charred.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's why I just
it's
wanted to
also-
clarify. Thank
I
you.
go back.
By
I do kind of have a
being that way
question.
too.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry to
That's okay. We
backtrack,
can,
but,
good question.
but the stucco, what kind of coloring will that be painted? Because it's not on the front, right? It's around the side and on the
It's on the
back.
side and in the back, I think we have stucco and we have the siding.
Okay.
So we have both things and we have the white color in it and it's
Okay,
going to be integral
Okay,
stucco.
okay.
Yeah.
It'll be a little stark, but it's,
Yeah.
it's around the corner.
It's
Okay,
around the-
all right, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just procedurally, can we ask one more time if there's anyone from, we
Yeah,
kind of
is there
reopen the
anyone else,
public
um,
hearing?
Thank you. That would like to comment on this in the public or in the room. I don't think we need to announce it again, Erica, but no hands are raised.
No hands are raised.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, so then I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve architectural review permit ARP 23 0088 for a preliminary final architectural review for the project at 580 Fillmore Street.
Second.
Any other comments before we vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, this carries unanimously and it can be appealed within 10 days to the Planning Commission. Thank you. Thank you, Christy. All right, we're going to skip, well, we already got rid of 8. We're going to go to consider 470 Wave Street and welcome Matthew Buggert back. Oh, man.
All right, I'm going to share my screen. Not this one. Good evening. My name is Matthew Buggert, and I'm an associate planner with the City of Monterey's Planning Division. Today, we're here to talk about 470 Wave Street, which is an architectural review permit for a residential accessory structure down near Cannery Row. Some background on this project: 470 Wave Street is the site currently includes a 2-story residential structure. It has a commercial land use, C2 zoning, community commercial district. And recently, through the zoning administrator, a use permit was approved for this accessory use for an expansion of the existing residential use on the property. This is the location of the residence. It's between Wave Street and the Recreation Trail on the east side of Cannery Row area. There's a couple residential homes right next to it, and it's right across the street from the Cannery Row Antiques Mall, a few new condos that have gone in, and there's a parking lot across the street currently and a little water tower behind this tree. The materials that would be used for the structure, kind of brought them first so that we'd see what it would look like, because the plans themselves are black and white more so. Reclaimed barnwood siding, metal frame sliding doors, corrugated corten roofing, iron railing for a balcony, and dry stack golden granite wall veneer. This is an aerial of the site itself. The existing 2-story residential structure is here. It's been here for a very long time. And this open space over here has been used for a variety of things over time. The property line extends from this corner of the fence here and over to here, and then comes in. As part of this project, they'll be pushing out the fence line here a little bit. Relocating the fence. This is where the proposed barn would go because it's within the C2 zone district. There's no setbacks required for that, so it's pretty near to the property line. And we're first going to look at a elevation from the Wave Street side of the property. As proposed, the barn would be located just as indicated on the opposite side of an existing wood fence here. The total height of the structure would be less than 25 feet. There was a discrepancy on the site plan as to the elevation. We've confirmed that in comparison to the topographic elevation, it would comply with a 25-foot maximum for a structure at this site. And with the story poles installed, that is roughly the size of the structure that would be there. It's a two-story structure. It would have parking on the lower floor and staircase and storage on the second floor with a small balcony looking out there. The storage can include artist studio, any private residential use for that area with exercise room, it's so on. Looking from the eastern elevation, the balcony would be looking towards the ocean on the second story, and there would be a small retaining wall on the right side with that stonework granite siding. And this is a picture with the story poles as well. So when you're going down the rec trail, it's a little bit off to the left and would partially obscure the existing structure there. If you're on the rec trail itself, there's a couple trees in front of it. And there are also portions that are more exposed. Looking from the rec trail side, on the bottom floor, there would be some barn doors with glass siding looking out on the lower floor, and that balcony that was mentioned on the upper floor. And here is a picture with the story poles up there, partially obscuring the antiques structure and the condos off to the left. And here in the front, you can see the staircase going up to an existing connection to the recreation trail. And I wanted to include a picture coming down the rec trail from the opposite direction. Again, there's a number of foliage here, and it's you can't see it from the rec trail itself when you're shooting down, and you only really see it from straight on. And lastly, we have the western elevation. So on the right side is access for the parking garage, and on the left side is the access to storage and staircase to the upstairs. So findings required for approval. These 4 different findings are going to be talked about on the following slides. First, that the siding form, mass, and style are appropriate for the site. A previous barn storage structure was also located on the property at the same location. It was not 2-story, it was 1-story, but there's an image of that on the following slide. The form and mass would be 2 stories. The existing structure on site is 2 stories itself. The immediate next door neighbor is not 2 stories, but the ones further down are also 2 stories. And across the street, we have the 2-story antiques mall and 3-ish story condos with parking on the first floor and lower and upper levels. And the style is reminiscent of Cannery Row area architecture. It's pretty utilitarian, and the stated intent of using the barnwood siding and corrugated metal roofing was to try and blend in with the landscape of Cannery Row. Here's one of those historic photos. This is the existing residence as it is today, the Cannery Row Antiques Mall. There was a garage, and there was actually an accessory structure here as well. And there used to be a large large warehouse near Cannery Row before the parking lot was put in. Analysis for views. It's required that the project would not unreasonably impair views, privacy, or the environment itself. Typically, we look at public views, and shown on the previous slides, that it really would not be causing much to public views. The private views across the way, the condos on the first story in particular, it partially obstructs views of the ocean that's there. And on the second story, one of the condos, the point kind of projects into the ocean viewing area. Otherwise, there's trees and a water tank and a hotel as well, a little off to the right. Privacy, no, and the environment, not so much. The project must be found consistent with guiding documents, the general plan, etc. As mentioned on the previous slide, this obtained a use permit for the expansion of the residential use, approved a little under 2 months ago. And it's consistent with setbacks, which are 0, height, which is 25 feet, lot coverage and floor area, it's around 50% maximum, and they're hovering at around 42%. There's production for archaeological resources. They have conducted both a phase 1 and a phase 2 for it, and historic resource protection. The primary structure is a contributing structure to the Cannery Row Historic District, and there is a historian input on what the impact would be as well, and that's included in the agenda report documentation. And the design was revised a couple times to better align with the historian's recommendations. And finally, the finished colors and materials must be considered appropriate for the site. It was found by staff to be generally complementary to Cannery Row and New Monterey neighborhood areas. Again, the metal, stone, reclaimed wood siding wouldn't include stucco features or more modern materials, and would generally try and fit in with the landscape. And with that, the recommendation from staff is that ARC approve the architecture review permit with the standard conditions of approval.
Thank you, Matthew.
That concludes staff's presentation. We have both the applicant and the owner here. And I must also note we received, I believe, 2 letters of opposition to the project from the owners across the street, who I believe are also on the line at some point.
Great. Any questions from committee for Matthew before we hear from everybody else?
Matthew, there's extensive historic and archaeological documentation in the documents we've been provided. Can you just give us a rundown? I mean, I assume historic, I don't need you to rehash the entire report. I assume the phase 2 is concluded, that the development is consistent, and the historic report is also recommending that the project is consistent with Secretary of the Interior standards.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I have a couple backup slides on those as well, which I clicked way too fast. Can I start from here? What would be right from current slide? Hey. The structure is a contributing property to the Cannery Row Industrial and Residential Historic District, and some of the initial designs included like a sardine logo on the side, and the historian noted that that kind of offered a false historical connotation to it. And the addition itself is not touching the existing residential structure that's there. So if in the future it needs to be removed, it can be, to preserve historic integrity. Additionally, the archaeological report, there was a phase 1, which most of the Cannery Row area is highly sensitive for pretty prevalent historic reasons, burial sites and whatnot. And so there were a few shell fragments and another small piece that I can't remember what the exact terminology that they used was, which suggested a need for a phase 2. With the phase 2, there were borings conducted on the site. if I remember correctly, it was 2 around where the barn area would be, and then there were 3 closer to where the adjustment to the retaining wall fence line would be, and nothing was found from those borings themselves. As part of the zoning administrator use permit resolution, there were conditions of approval placed on the project that required there to be an on-site archaeological monitor during any ground disturbing activities. So for any of the foundation laying, there will be a archaeological monitor on site, along with the semi-standard city requirements for, in the case of you finding anything, halting construction, contacting the proper individuals, and so on. So yes, there has been a good amount of effort and time placed into making sure that this project is not affecting significant archaeological resources. This was the other slide on that.
Matthew, do you have any photos that show the story poles from the vantage point of the first floor balconies from the condos across the street?
I do. So I will again share my screen. So across the street, there are 2 units at the front which face Wave Street, and there's lower stories, and they're all 1 unit, and upper stories, so townhome style. And from unit 1, which is on the left side, the western side, they have publicly accessible virtual tours that you can take inside. And so I clicked through there and took some screenshots of what it looked like from their balconies. And from the bottom floor balcony of the left unit, this is the story pole from that deck. And so here's the nugget of ocean over here and a little bit over here.
Do you have the right condo?
And here's the upper floor of that left unit as well.
Got it.
This is where the point goes in. You can kind of see the water tower behind it, the tree, the hotel over here, and the existing residential structure. Moving over to the right condo, we have the bottom floor balcony, where this is the view from their balcony.
Yep.
And where the proposed story poles are going. And this is from the second floor balcony. I couldn't get rid of the 360 thing. This was the thing to click on. And this is where it projects into, but the skyline itself with the water is still visible off to the left from that second story. Again, when doing analysis on any of these projects, we do admittedly prioritize public views and preserving those. It's still important to preserve private views and whatnot along the way. But that is the reason why in the report it's minimally affect views, because it does, just there is still access to those views from the nearby properties as well.
Thank you. Any further questions for Matthew before we open it up? All right, would the applicant like to speak in person or online? Are you the applicant? Would you like to come? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well,
Is the owner the applicant?
The applicant just raised their hand.
Okay.
okay. Okay, so please come forward and yes. Yeah.
We can have
Okay, the applicant, Cindy Scarlett, has been asked to unmute.
Okay, so we're gonna let Cindy talk first. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cindy Scarlett. I'm the architect for this project. Thank you for coming back after that long recess. We appreciate it. Thank you, Matthew, for the detailed presentation. I think you've covered most of the important details on the project. I just want to point out that my client has been working diligently on this project for over 3 years. She bought this house and loved it, loved the location. The only thing missing was a garage and storage. So she had planned on doing that, has been working on that for over 3 years. When she bought the house, and there was not a condo project across the street. So that was a little disconcerting to have this 3-story project go in, and she kind of lost some of her privacy. But still, she wanted to make sure that the project did not impact the views of the neighbors too much. So we've placed this to the far east side of the property. So there's a little window of view between the house and the garage. And there's also an unbuildable lot to the east of her property that also has a window of views for other neighbors. We're using natural materials, so it blends in. It looks like it could have been with the house for a long time. It was built in 1910, and she has done everything she can to make sure the integrity of the property is maintained. And I think it's a nice project. I think it gives her what she wants. I think it's nice for the neighbors. And I'm available for any other questions you might have.
Any questions from the committee for the architect, Cindy? Okay, well, thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Would you like to make a statement?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm Erin Lawler. I'm the owner. Thank you all for your time and consideration. I just wanted to point out, is it not us? It's on. Okay. I came in 96 as a tourist and fell in love with Monterey. I'm passionate about the history and preserving the history and cultural heritage of the area. Hence why I bought the property and built in 1910. So I very much want to preserve that in Cannery Row. So that's really my intent, is to replicate a barn that was originally there and suit my needs for storage. And that's pretty much it. So if you have any questions.
Any questions for Erin? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like we have some people online that would have their hands raised, perhaps. Erica?
There are three attendees online. They don't have their hands raised currently.
Okay.
I can go ahead and just quickly remind the public how to join. Once again, from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, then enter the webinar ID. Today's webinar ID is 161-914-9563. Once again, the webinar ID is 161-914-9563. There are still no hands raised.
Okay. Well, let's open it up for comment.
One just came up. Brian Tall.
Brian Tall. Can you hear us? Can you?
I can, yes. Sorry, I'm on the phone as well as the phone. So apparently number 9 didn't work. So I am on the Zoom call myself. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Go ahead. Just tell us what your relationship with this project is. So
Again, I work with Monterey Wave Street Partners. We do own the condos at 457 Wave Street. We also do own the mall, the antique mall. Again, we are an overall support of the project. Again, we've gone through this as well on Cannery Row. This project of 4 condos has been ongoing since 2010. We've been 3 years to complete the project. We're at completion at this point now. Again, our overall concern is that it does, from our lower level, our front 2 units, it does unit 2, which is the one unit that is directly in front of it and down Cannery Row, it significantly impacts that view. We get a little peekaboo view from there. And then from unit 1, it does hinder it, but we can still see the ocean. So again, Erin's been great. I know it's been a hassle kind of dealing with the construction of those condos. It has been a long road and we are at completion. And again, we would just like to maybe see if we could adjust maybe the height or the volume of it so it does not impact the views, because it is definitely going to impact the future owners and potentially the resale value of those condos. We did review the story poles. and looked at all the architectural drawings. And we were just asking if there's any way that we could adjust the height, the massing of the building so that the view from our property could remain intact or minimally affected. Our biggest concern is that the property will impact the resale value of the building, and adjusting the height can potentially alleviate some of those concerns or potential issues. Again, we are in the overall support of it. We do know the historical history of it with it previously being a barn, and again, it's our biggest concern is it does. I mean, from the lower level balconies, it definitely impacts the view from the unit 2, partially on unit 1, and the upper deck. The views from the upper levels, you are going to see the pitch of the roof and that thing, where you still see the views. It's the water tower and trees are nice to look at, and of course, we do overall like the design. It definitely fit the area. Just wanted to, if we could adjust the height or the massing of the building.
All right. Well, thank you, Brian, for showing up here. Anybody else?
That's the only other attendee, and there's no hands raised.
Okay. Let's open up for committee comments. Did you all committee members get a chance to read the 2 letters that were in public comment? One was from Brian and one was from somebody in the neighborhood, but their address is blocked out. Is that normal procedure?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was just curious as to where she lived in conjunction with this project. Comments from anybody?
Would you mind bringing up those photos again from the condos? I was a little unclear. I thought they were 2 levels of the same condo. Were those pictures from 4 different condos?
Those pictures were from 2 different condos, both of whom have a bottom floor and an upper floor. So in the upper left, it says unit 1, bottom and upper.
So there isn't a ground floor unit and an upstairs unit.
Right.
When Brian
It's
was
a townhouse.
speaking, he sort of made it sound like there was a downstairs unit and an upstairs.
Well, there's a
unit.
downstairs and then there's, you can go upstairs. Yeah.
Well, I think it's important because
Yeah. Well,
you would like a unit isn't losing its entire view if it loses its downstairs view. Yeah.
So I went by today and was able to go up this. There's a little staircase that goes right to the lower balcony of, I think, unit 2. And the lower balcony of unit 2 is going to pretty much lose their entire view of the ocean. And so that was concerning to me. I didn't realize it was a townhouse and that they can now go upstairs and still get a little bit of that view. But yeah, this nice balcony, pretty much it's like there's a tree, there's the house, the 2-story house, and then there's this nice little, window of just the bay and the water tower, the oil tank or whatever it is. And that's all going to go. I mean, 100% of it.
Can we see the picture of that first story
It's
again?
unit 2 lower deck.
Just my question there is,
So
is it the second? I mean,
it's that kind of.
okay, so they would, when I see that story pole, they would have to completely remove the second story of this structure in order to preserve that
Yeah,
view.
and this doesn't really give the view justice either because it's kind of grayed out, but it's a beautiful ocean, off in the distance view, and it's all going to go away with this.
But also remember in a couple of years, those trees would be taking that view anyway.
Maybe,
Those are-
or maybe they'll be taken out,
Well, but that's a maybe what if.
Yeah.
That's not what we operate under. And
Well, I was there today in person and what I saw was concerning because it was like, yeah, can you go back to that? No,
All right, this is unit 1, second.
that's the second floor, that one. Yeah.
Unit
Yeah.
two.
That concerned me just because it's based,
Oh, sorry.
Could we keep it on that one?
Yep.
There.
it's basically just going to, that balcony now just loses all ocean view access.
beautiful building to look at.
And
Yeah, I just feel like when you're in, that's like one of the higher density areas in the city of Monterey. And it's like when you buy or build there, you just don't, I wouldn't come there with the expectation that that's a lifelong view. I mean,
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that there is a view from the second story of the same unit, I think makes up for the fact that they're going to lose up, the view of that lower balcony.
and the fact that the building was developed concurrently.
True.
It's not a 100-year-old building.
Well, and there's also, and there's nobody living in it right now to complain. I mean, there's the owner who's worried about his property values, but it's not like there's somebody that's lived there for 20 years and like the view I've gotten used to is now going to be going away. So, it's one of those. I mean, I think it's a good project. I think she's done her due diligence. I think I ride my bike by there a lot every Saturday, and it seems to me a little big for just a garage. I mean, you could just do a single story garage for a garage and you could have some storage. It's a big structure. I don't know. Did anybody get a chance to go out and see it in person? Ed, what'd you think?
I had the same question until they mentioned that that's actually a townhouse where.
Right.
Because my concern was the unit 2 view from the door balcony, if that was the only unit there, but
Is your mic on?
that unit has access to the second floor, it kind of. If that unit has access to the upper balcony, that in my mind mitigates that concern a bit.
Okay.
It's always tough, right? You feel for someone if they're losing some of their view, but I think as Matthews pointed out, it is the broader public good, and it's basically one unit's losing one of its window views, not even all of their views.
It's an entire balcony view.
Yeah.
It's not just a window. It's like a nice place to have a glass of wine and watch, the sailboats. It's gone.
You get trees, you get people going by, you get a beautiful building, and the rest of it's all still there. Again, feel for it, but
yeah,
you still get to go up and drink a glass of wine and look out at
on the second story.
On the second story.
And in essence, views aren't legally protected.
Yeah.
Entities.
Yeah, we do our best. We try very hard. But it is kind of the greater good, essentially.
I sort of like the simplicity of the structure. I agree. It would have been interesting when you look at the house, how they brought the plate lines down and sort of absorbed the second story in that, in the attic with gables and things like that. That's interesting. But I think if you're trying to make this look more like a barn or an accessory structure, the simplicity of it is sort of nice, I think. I don't think they've gone extravagant with the plates. I was looking at the building section on the drawings. They do have 9-foot ceilings down below, but they make up for it by doing 7.5-foot ceilings on the upper level. So is
9-foot standard for garage?
No, I mean, you have an 8-foot garage, but again, they've made up for it by dropping the plate at the upper level down to 7.6. So, and who's to say what's going to go in a garage? If you were bringing a big vehicle in there, the extra foot with a roll-up door would actually not be
true,
a bad thing. So I don't take any issues with the project, particularly given that it's within the zoning envelope as far as we know. They're not asking for variances.
Right.
It's a shame we don't have water. That could be an ADU on top.
It could.
Someday.
All right. Any other comments? Then I would like to entertain a motion.
All right, I move that we approve architectural review permit ARP -23-0161 for preliminary and final architectural review for 470 Wave Street.
Before we get a second, as Matthew mentioned earlier, there was some discrepancy through the review with the height. So I was going to see if the committee would be open to adding just a condition of approval, confirming that the height should meet the maximum height limitation of the zoning.
what I just said is my motion plus meeting the condition of meeting the maximum height for zoning in that area.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
My comment is I would prefer to see this a one-story structure for that particular area. But anyway, on that count, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you, Matthew. And number 10, planning office update.
Yes, I will be brief. As some of you may remember, and this is all included in the agenda packet as well, you may remember some months ago, the Bulldog Pub had a sign application that came before this committee. It was approved with a reduced scope. That decision was then appealed to the Planning Commission. They approved it with an additionally modified scope. That approval was then appealed to the City Council. And so we just wanted to provide an update on what the end result of that was. And the City Council did grant that appeal, allowing the full scope of signage that was originally proposed, including the 6 flags and 4 wall signs. I will note that the council was sure to mention that they did not feel that either the ARC or the Planning Commission made any errors in their decision. It was a rather subjective feel for the result. The only other comment I'd add is that we do have we have items scheduled for the September 20th meeting. So just wanted to mention that so that could be added to your calendars.
How many items?
Right now, it's just one.
Just one. Okay. Right. And I move to adjourn. All those in favor? Thanks, everybody.